Yes, Daya. Next one. How do you present leadership?
all power, Manda, Matimba, Craft. We have corrected the day before yesterday. So we we just proceed. We are going to do the work of commissions. I'm told Commission 3 is ready, and another commission, 1 is also ready. Can all those who are ready submit their work to the IT computer side for us to have smooth sailing. You're going to connect with your cache and it's compatible with these things. Commission 3, can you come and present your work? Are here and are not on the phone. Which other president is on the phone somewhere?
Good morning, comrades and leadership. We are Commission 3 under the stewardship of the Secretary of KZN, Comrade Ntabile. I was scribed by its Comrade McDonald Kaula Komo. Myself, Sibuti Masemala, will be presenting on behalf of Commission 3. We were tasked to deal with 2 issues: legislative review and policies in the department. So we'll zoom straight to policies. In policies, we'll start with public service coordinating bargaining council committees, PSCBC. The Commission says all policies listed under PSCBC are noted. We zoom straight to policies that required attention. And one policy that required attention was in we support the recommendations that in a case that 30 days an employer has not replied on your application for temporary incapacity leave, the application for temporary incapacity leave should be automatically be approved, because it would not be your fault, it should have been employer's fault for failing to honor his own policies. Then we zoom straight to SAPS and SSBC policies. We are mindful for the fact that there is a commission dealing with collective agreements, and mostly policies are derived from collective agreement and the Act. Said that on all the policies that are listed under SSBC and SAPS, we affirm the recommendation, and we are saying the important equity SAPS analyzed as speedily as possible. The others that have not launched their own employment equity structure, and in the room being should be removed. Yes. And we are saying also the discipline regulations of SAPS should include Code of Good Practice, Schedule 4.2, discipline of a shop steward. You don't just be a shop steward like any other member. The union should be involved and there should be engagement with the union. We said this should be also be in the disciplinary regulations of SAPS. Further recommend amendments of the SAPS to allow SAPS to exercise their constitutional right and participate and hold political office. We've seen the amendment of electoral and as a position in the country. So we are saying policemen are also citizens of this country. With GCS March, we say all recommendations policies are welcomed, and strongly we are saying a recommendation on payment of overtime expedited. Goes with the shift. If there is a shift policy, a correct shift policy, then we'll be able to pay overtime in accordance with the Basic Condition of Employment Act. Policies, we welcomed all the policies, but we are saying RTMC does not have a promotional policy. We say that we need to develop for RTMC. Then we'll zoom straight to legislative. We zoom straight to border management, and made as when our members management should apply its entirety. We are further saying it gives us an opportunity as when agency operational to recruit not only those that did not be, but are the members of the South African, but also coming from in the in SAPS of 2. Everybody there agency must be employed, and so that we want it there. We move to Corrections Act 7 of 2021. It didn't, it was talking a definition of the minister after the reconfiguration of where correctional services was merged with justice and constitutional development. We are saying that correctional services need to be a standalone institutional to DCS, more into the justice issues. So we are saying we are not happy about that. We recommend that it should be further amended and that definition be as it was to say the definition of correctional services. We put this in red so that we should debate in the plenary. Section 95F of the Correctional Services Act. This is the section that establishes code enforcement. It does not say establish code enforcement, but there should be a way of the commissioner to fight fraud and corruption in the department. We are saying to say, well, we need plenary to debate this to see how then do we deal with this thing called code enforcement. We are having resolution 1 of 2006 that deals with discipline in the department. We view this as a dual process instead of legislation dealing with discipline in correctional services. Further saying the department needs to be aligned in terms of constitutional provisions, disband what is called regions, and to having our own provincial administrations. Because of the Correctional Services Act, there is one definition of a provincial commissioner. There is no definition of a regional commissioner. We put this in red also for further engagement in the plenary. Criminal Procedure Act, we say we welcome and accept. Criminal Law Offences and Related Amendment 18 of 2022. We welcomed and this progressive piece of legislation. It gives sexual offenders more rights in terms of this act, and people with this. Criminal Related Matters Act, because it also closes the gap identified in the Act. We also welcome the Act and accept all the recommendations that have been made. Domestic Violence Amendment Act, we surely do the same and accept. Public Service Administration Amendment Bill, this is what is called PAMA. Extensive work was done there by COSATU unions and of our book there, and we are saying we are welcoming all the progressive make, and we are waiting for Matthew Parks to present them at NETLEC on behalf of COSATU. SAPS Amendment Bill, this is the bill in progress. We are noting the progress while in parliamentary processes, because of in the book you will find POPCRU made extensive inputs there. We'll see when if our inputs as POPCRU have been incorporated into the bill. Criminal Law Forensic Procedure Amendment Bill, we are saying as POPCRU, everything in the bill is fine. And it function of FSL. But we are saying forensic science labs are not resourced, and there are no management system, and this compromises the work of the comrades who are working at FSL. Further saying, as outlined in CBC Resolution 6 of 2010 declaration, we need to have forensic science laboratories in all 9 provinces. The Firearm Control Act, we welcome all the inputs there in the Firearm Control Act, but we are not happy with Section 13 and 14 of the bill, and we are saying it should not be effected. It takes away the rights of citizens to own firearms, but it gives the right to the hunting groups to own firearms. Those that are doing firearms for sports purposes, you can own a firearm to go and do pistol shooting, but you can't own a firearm to protect yourself. We are saying as the Commission, the problem is not the legal firearms in our country, but the legal firearms that finds itself in the hands of criminals. National Health Insurance Bill, it's noted and supported. Cannabis for private purposes bill, it has been POPCRU long-standing resolution that we need to legalize it. Policemen can't be chasing people selling marijuana. They need to be fighting real crime. The National Insurance Health, we welcome it. Compensation of Injury on Duty Amendment Bill 2020, it is noted and recommended and accepted, and we are saying there will be a commission that will be dealing with the issue of pillar, or we have already dealt with it when we are saying on the policies that needed review. There is this Public Service Commission that does not bite. Although we recommend everything said about Public Service Commission, but we are saying currently in the Railway Safety Bill should be taken into consideration. As you know, currently our railway system is currently 99.95% dysfunctional. Everyday criminals are cutting the railway tracks, selling them to the scrap yards. the police arrest the owners of the scrapyards, the courts release them. So we are between the rock and a hard place. The pension fund amendment bill, we are saying we also need to amend the GPF Act, like it is stated in the pension fund, to allow public servants to withdraw a part of their pension, because of currently, while there are submissions for the pension act, the GPF Act is silent on must be able to withdraw a particular percentage of their money. Remember the submission of us as COSA is to say at least give them 30% of what they're giving on their pensions. Occupational and Safety Amendment Bill, we confirm the input of COSATU. National Traffic Amendment Bill, the bill went to Parliament, came back, it went to Parliament. Currently now, it must go also again for public debate and go back to National Council, NETLEC, National Council of Provinces, back to the legislature. We are saying research, sit and make further inputs into this bill and be sent to provinces for further enrichment, and also noting that we need to finalize that long-standing resolution on nationalization of traffic. Employment Services Amendment Bill, POPCRU's input are supported. Employment Equity Amendment Bill, we also support. The Amendment Bill, we know and amend the amendment of the Act, and further, that's why we are saying that with SAPS to say Section 46 need to be amendment. As this Act, the Constitutional Court said, everybody has the right to stand for political office. Work of Commission 3. I don't know if I've omitted anything from the members of the Commission on the floor. If not, that will be the work of Commission 3. Thank you, President.
Yeah, that's the presentation of Commission 3, and we talked to it. Gauteng, you are noted. Any other hand? Shoot for it.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President. President, the right is Gauteng to Thank you, President. The right is Gauteng to appreciate the report from the Commission and the work that they've done. Just wanted to make our contribution when it comes to page 92. Page 92 on 3.2, where it talks about progress BC and SAPS policies. The legal recommendation which appears, the recommendation that appears on page 94 that speaks of to expedite the finalization and the implementation of the plan. Where we are sitting, President, this Gauteng, we make to understand that already SAPS has the employment equity plan that was signed 3 weeks ago by the new National Commissioner. So with those amendments, we also want to be acceptance of the work of the Commission. Thank you.
For Comrade Greg, First, DGS wants to propose something.
Thank you, President. Comrades, Commission 3. While I am comfortable with most of your proposals, but there is where we gave you grocery to prepare a meal, but you bring us.
Amanda, comrade, I appear here to present on behalf of Commission 1 the roadmap on defending collective bargaining. I think there's been a repetition there. Comrades, it is acknowledged that there are attacks on collective bargaining by the employer, and that indeed this situation is at the boiling point and requires a drastic measure to turn the tide around. And it is against this backdrop that the organization should undertake a comprehensive program of action underpinned by 3 pillars, namely defending our hard-earned gains, secondly, creating an enabling environment for collective bargaining, and lastly, advancing our struggle for further gains, improving the socio-economic status of our members and transformation. Let me deal with the first pillar, which is defending our hard-earned gain. I'm managing 2 processes because I'm old school. The IT one and the So, comrade, the organization must spearhead the real challenge or the real change and lead the struggle in the public service against the onslaught on collective bargaining. And that requires us to develop a program aimed at having 2 national marches, that is, to highlight the plight of the workers relating to the erosion of our hard-earned gain, and must lobby like-minded affiliates and trade unions not only affiliated to COSATU, and the entire public sector on solidarity. This program must be on the reconfiguration of the Department of Justice and Correctional Services to have a separate ministries. And secondly, synergizing the criminal justice cluster and having a relevant bargaining council for the sector. Most importantly, nationalization of traffic service. I apologize, I think I'm faster than my gadget. For this purpose, comrades, we propose that there must be 2 national marches which would be in Pretoria. The one in August and the other one in October. But then let's reflect on the different bargaining councils challenges or challenging agreements on different bargaining councils. The first one, comrades, the PSCBC. The issue there is that there needs to be a respect of collective bargaining, especially on the honoring of the PSCBC Resolution 1 of 2018. Secondly, the full implementation of the government employees housing scheme and bursary scheme for the children of public servants. At the SSBC, bringing the end to the expeditious process in the SAPS disciplinary regulation collective agreement. And secondly, full implementation of the promotion policy, full compliance with Agreement 3 of 2018, and full implementation of the restructuring process in line with Agreement 1 of 2020. At the GPS, comrades, the promotion policy, the immediate review of full-time shop steward arrangements, insourcing of all outsourced functions, including the end to the PPP, and also that they must not be renewed after finalization. The traffic, comrades, the song will repeat it until the end of the presentation, immediate nationalization of traffic. Lastly, on private prisons, transfer of functions back to the Department of Correctional Service and the end of contracts. Comrade, then this posed us to new demands as we move forward. And these new demands, comrade, deals with the proper budgeting of public service before the negotiations, to avoid the attitude of zero budgeting before the negotiations. And secondly, the reconfiguration of the Department of Justice and Correctional Services to have separate ministries, and also the demarcation of the Department of Correctional Services provinces. This further then brings us to the recommendation that we recommend to the Commission that a special Central Executive Committee be convened to resolve on the program. Comrades, the second part, which is creating, enabling, and conducive environment for collective bargaining, we're saying the organization should spearhead the fight to attain the following by COSATU and public sector unions across the affiliation. The negotiation must not start from a zero budget as a matter of principle. There should be no negotiations in the public service if such negotiations are not budgeted for as this round of negotiations, such as an example. Comrade, what I don't read, I hope you are able to capture. And also sharpening our tool and adequate resourcing collective bargaining process organizationally at a level of the Federation for maximum output. And lastly, reconfiguring the coordination of the NEDLEC and the role of the affiliates in determining the agenda at the NEDLEC. And the last pillar, comrades, the advancing of our struggle for further gains and improving the socio-economic status of our members and the social transformation. The demand should not be based only on salaries, but should be based on transformative nature, such as transport, spatial provisions of housing solutions, near our workplaces, and more importantly, synergizing the criminal justice cluster within our scope. In conclusion, comrades, the program should be a continuous effort that will include reshaping the approach in negotiation, including but not limited to the following: keeping the difference of matters to research and feasibility studies whose outcomes are not implemented, and In the long term, the PSCBC must develop a capacity to do research with parties and should rely on dealing with transformative agenda that is not only based on salary increases over a defined period. Our responsibility also went beyond the 3 pillars and dealt with the second section of the Commission, which deals with the implementation of resolutions of the previous collective bargaining conferences. We also noted, comrades, that there have been over 39 agreements signed beyond the 9th National Conference. I'm not going to repeat the agreement, comrades. They appear on your book 2, just for reflection. Agreement 1 of 2018 is on page 54 of book 2. We also report that, most importantly, the previous that the increase on levy councils, this increase have been made, and I think comrades are aware. If you have not realized your pay sheet, comrades, last adopt the development as a work in progress on the implementation of solutions of the collective. Thank you very much.
One. It's a bit difficult. The presentation here, the work as here matches, and what the talks to that let a plenary talk to.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome Chair on the program. I think because I was in the also, if we can have the program of mission to it, because then we combine the input of the action. We take note of that, but also there's a much stronger action that the other commission will be saying, except matches. My other input is on housing. I think, as the Deputy General Secretary was saying, Comrade Skadi, is that it is important that there is things here that we know that will be implemented. I want to propose, in terms of there must be a housing fund that is funded by the price for public servants. Secondly, that housing fund, under it, we create a housing scheme foundation for civil servants. And under that structure of that foundation, we then have a company that is registered under the NCR to take the applications and process those applications of civil servants. And on the second leg of the foundation, there is a construction company that does its own construction and not going out on tender and all of these things. And then the money that's supposed to be utilized for building the houses is now going to some other people's pockets. Let it be in-house and let it be driven by us as the workers in terms of the housing scheme fund that comes from our pensions under the PIC, and then the housing scheme foundation to implement the building of houses for public servants. And under that foundation, we have an NCR. Now the NCR is the National Credit Regulatory, registering like the banks, they would register under that. So it means, like SA Home Loans, it means we are our own SA Home Loans in terms of that. And then the construction company, it means we are doing our own construction. So that's my proposal. Thank you.
Yeah, let's take it. Mpumalanga, Eastern Cape, Free State, KZN.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, we want to agree with the proposal of the Commission on the issue of a program that will be out of the body. But the further modalities of the program, I believe that it should then be further developed, because the framework is there. There should be a program. They are proposing a march which we agree with, but it can't just be a march. There must be build-up action towards that particular march. So our proposal will be saying, Chair, that let's consider it also as work in progress, so that we can further develop it, to give it the correct shape, so that as we go to the program, we've got all the necessary modalities that should go along with the program that will culminate into a national march. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I'm partly covered by Mpumalanga on the part of built-up programs, because I was part of the commission. We agreed on the recommendation as the commission of a mass action, making noise on attacks on collective bargaining. We also, Chair, said the network is not assisting us anymore. It needs to be reconfigured. There, we know COSATU is representing us, but as we deliberated in the commission, COSATU is failing us in the bargaining. So I think the built-up programs will assist in terms of making noise, so that COSATU can also see that we are not happy. Also, the workers are not happy as well. Thank you, Chair.
Frista.
No, thanks very much, Chairperson. We want to note the report from the Commission. However, we just want to make some few inputs, because we are feeling that we're supposed also to check the internal and external challenges that contribute towards the challenge and attacks on collective bargaining. And is a point of order? Okay, like on the issue in terms of the JMC that was raised strongly yesterday, to say indeed we need to have a reconfigured JMC that will be able to address the workers, the issues of the workers as they are. And again, part of the input is just before any other negotiations, as part of us preparing ourselves, we need to conduct the research, so that as when we go there, we are able to table our matter, knowing exactly at the end of the day what is that we want to achieve out of that. But in a nutshell, Chairperson, we feel that this particular document is a work in progress, that we still have to work on it. Thank you.
Yeah, KZN, I just don't want us to lose focus on it. Either we say on the program of action, can we say allow the next NEC to finally deal with the modalities of implementation of this process, so that we are then covered, that we know the structure that from here is going to deal with this work that we say it's a work in progress, and then that we agree on mass action. President, can we?
Thank you, President can protect me, they say I must stand up.
No, you're protected, Commissioner.
No, President, we are covered on your last session. Except that we, in terms of the matches, that must be escalated to the NEC. We agree on that one. We just want to touch base on the issue of government housing scheme. That we propose that the government must identify the areas where the houses of workers can be built, but must not go on tender as usually happened. But the offenders can assist us, Comrade President, to build these houses in a much lower scale of charges. So if maybe the area can be identified and houses can be built by the offenders in that particular areas, maybe that can save and workers can get decent houses in terms of that. Thank you, Chair.
Comrade Chaga.
Thank you. Thank you, President. I mean, Poland. President, you know, I was part of the commission and I missed the robustness that existed in the commission. I really missed it. I don't know what toned it down when it comes to the presentations. There were very critical issues that comrades raised. And the one issue, obviously, I think is an issue of process, which I think it will fall into the NEC. The issue of making sure that, because we are now under attack, the issue of bringing along the membership as you negotiate, so that they are not left behind. I think that falls within the processes that the NEC will discuss. And the second issue, there's an issue that was raised in a very lighter note, yet that issue was raised aggressively yesterday in the commission. And that's the issue of solidarity. There was even an idea to say, today we're sitting here, the mine workers have been a week sleeping at the union building. There was even a view that it would be a great thing to show that solidarity, that in one of the days while we are here, we get into buses and go and show solidarity right in the union buildings. And we were saying the solidarity that we talk about is not sectoral. We're not dealing with the public service here. We're dealing with bargaining in general, because the attack is not only directed at the public services. It's all over, because the understanding is the attack on bargaining is influenced by capital. Therefore, the response should be directed to capital also. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. On a lighter note, the negotiations are here. They are here, these people negotiating as we speak. Now, maybe that solidarity can be displayed better here. But we understand that the plenary is saying this is work in progress, and that on the program of action, when that work over to the coming NEC to finally deal with the modalities and implementation of the program. Can we have agreement, full agreement on that one? In agreement. As such, then we think we covered all Commission 1. No, yeah. Commission 1. Yeah. On Commission 1. And can we get Commission 2 to come and do his presentation? And as they come over, can we make sure that all the work that we are doing, I see you coming with your own gadgets, can you process it to Secretariat such that we don't lose it? Take your shift.
Fundo, come. Thank you, President. I'm not here for this cause of assault. Yeah. It's not this one. Can I sit down? President, thank you. This is Commission 2, which was tasked with a huge task of assessment of situation and recommendation to the plenary. This commission was tasked with the assessment of agreements signed and implemented and the impact thereof, and also to come up with a recommendation on the agreements that need to be reviewed. The facilitator is Stoking Gwenya and the scribe is McKinsey. What we did as a commission, we started with those that were highlighted in the announcement of the plenary, because the book will end up rewriting the whole book. So we said some of the agreements that are here, we agree with the review, they must be taken through a process. And now we just highlighted those that we think we need us to engage on. One of it was Agreement 3 of 1999, of which when we look at the agreement, it talks to the benefits resolution. It talks to the remuneration and benefit, but from the brief that we got, we were supposed to look at the PMDS, which was talking to the issue of assessment and all those. So the Commission, through the deliberation, recommended that any resolution that is contrary to Resolution 3 should be invalidated. So it means it needs to be reviewed and be invalidated and come up with another resolution. Clause 3.6.2.9 of the agreement must be amended. And clause 3.6.2.1 should be reviewed in order to commend what is achieved by the agreement in resolution 3. The pay progression document, because that it involves all the benefits. In correctional service, you know that when you deal with your pay progression, you sign a thesis document that needs to be approved by a doctor. So I don't know, because in correctional service you don't have doctors. It's only POPCRU that have a doctor. We said that document should be reduced into 4 so that it will be easy for that document for PEP purposes to do result. They must look how is SAP's document look like, then and copy on it and bring that document to be easy for assessment. We said also evaluated as individual, because evaluation is not something that happens every day. It's a process of a term up to the end of the financial year. And also what is important is that members should be educated about their rights. This thing of liking to be nice, to be like as if you are money, you chop and change tomorrow, they ask you registration tomorrow, go and do escort, but your job description does not talk to that. At the end of the day, when you're supposed to be assessed, the same person who asks you to go and do security job and do administration doesn't want to assess you. So you must be able to say, in an event you want me to do the job, change my job description so that at the end of that term you'll be able to assess me accordingly. For now, SAPS document does not have any problem. We're saying let us continue, but it was also advisable that performance does not only end up in the departments. The Commission also talked to the advice that the provincial secretaries, because we had a discussion whereby full-time shop stewards, they are not arresting people, they are not escorting, they are not opening and closing the door of correctional service. But at the end of the day, when they're supposed to do a performance, they are being paid according to that. So we're saying, take what are the conditions of a full-time shop steward, develop it on the PEP document, and you PEP that particular individual, you are going to co-sign it with the employer. Because we were told that there are members who are told that they must say how many prisoners have they fed, when he has 6 years ago lost not seeing the prison. He doesn't even know what does the door of the prison look like, but they assess him. Then we also went to the resolution for 2015, which is the review of wage allowance. This agreement is aimed to review the wage allowance and the category for qualifying employees, because we need not to confuse the review of the wage allowance. We are saying the qualifying employees. In the PSCDC, this resolution said all parties, it was also decentralized to the chambers and council to say, list the categories, add people that you want to add in this resolution so that they will be paid in terms of wage allowance. Then we said this agreement was never implemented, but we came to a conclusion that these are the people we have identified as a commission that needs to be added for the benefit of those who don't understand the license renewal employer sitting here in front. Our members are carrying money at the license department, and it is possible that Mackenzie, this gang, they can come and do armed robbery. So because of that cash carrying, possibility that is exposed to danger, and there's no fidelity guard that comes and collect the money there. Some of them are sent to the bank to go and deposit that money with their own private car without any security. So we said that should also be considered. And also the state vehicles as full-time shop steward. And you pass the accident, they say police have passed here. And that particular individual is a full-time shop steward. He doesn't do accident scene. So we're saying, while we're still using those state vehicles, also those members, they need to get that danger allowance, because the agreement of release, it states clear that no member will lose his benefits while released. But now we're told that members are not getting their danger allowance. Anyone who's working on operation, in particular in SAPS, whereby you find that members in the offices, notwithstanding the position of the organization that we set, anybody who wants danger allowance must go outside. But the employer pushes members to go and work outside. On operations, like there were floods, there was Operation Tudula, they take anybody who's working in the offices who has not even worked in operation, they put him there. We're saying those members, if the employer see a need for them to get to work outside because they want to, but it's because of the job that they're supposed to do, let them be paid, add them on the danger allowance. I've talked about full-time shop steward. We did not move away because the debate was very hot, comrades, talking about people who are exposed to danger. I remember in one of the conferences when we wanted danger allowance for correctional service, what is danger at the correctional service? But we have members in correctional service who are working at the supply chain. They are supervising inmates who are working there. Now, because they are working administration, they are excluded from danger allowance. Saying those members, because the people who are taking away this danger allowance, they've never been to a prison. They don't understand what is happening in the prison. So we're saying those members are exposed to danger. Include them also. And also the traffic officers should be added because they are all in danger. Now they are working, stopping criminals. And we say all PSA members should also get those danger allowance. Because you find PSA members being placed at the church office, capturing dockets, everything. When criminals come in there and attack the police station, it's not written you are PSA, come this side, then we want only the police. We're saying all those who are exposed, working in the environment where the police are, they should also be taken care of. Then we also dealt with the issue of we need to develop an agreement when we talk about, when we talk about a resolution that will cover disaster. We were encountered with disaster, then we were found wanting. People were more exposed to danger than the normal situation now. And there was no danger allowance. And the employer came with an idea that you must rotate. Rotate on a disease that is on the air. But you must come and work. But the employer said there's no danger. So when we interpret this danger, we must contextualize it and deal with it in a manner that when disaster comes, those members who are supposed to be on the front line, then once they are supposed to come to work, then they must be paid danger allowance. And as the employer is a wheelbarrow, you push him here, you leave him here. I remember we left him long time ago when we said he must deal with the danger allowance. I'm told now in May, 2 weeks ago, they've signed a document on 4 May 2022 that now they want to increase the danger allowance from DPSA. But we have not concluded about those that we must add. And it's also going to create a problem that this document has created serious problem to those who are going to be added on danger allowance, getting money, but there are members who are not going to. And from SAPS side, dogs are trained by public servant. They don't get any danger allowance. And if you have not been beaten by a dog, ask Massimo, not the president, the other one, of Commission 1. He will tell you, you are exposed to danger. And when a policeman comes to become a dog handler, he's going to be taught by the same public servant how to handle a dog, what must happen. So even canine people, trainers, as well as the mountain police, you find level 2 teaching a policeman to ride a horse, a constable. So we're saying because they are exposed also to danger, that a horse might kick you, you might fall off the horse, you are exposed to danger. Because danger is danger. You cannot categorize it in a manner that it's a small danger or a big danger, like correctional service. Then we go to Agreement 5 of 2015, which is the danger dispensation. Taking note that we, PSCBC, have done a research on the issue of danger insurance. So the commission said that feasibility study must be engaged on and be implemented with POPCRU's input to say what do you call it, danger dispensation. But this danger dispensation should not substitute the danger allowance, because the idea of the employer, it says should to die. Why should I have a dispensation when I'm dead? I'm dead most. So we're saying it should be accessible. In an event of COVID, you go to that insurance. In an event, there are unforeseen circumstances, a member can get into that dispensation so that the member will be able to survive while working. So we're saying the danger allowance must continue with an annual increase and also come up with a danger insurance. Not this one that they are doing, that they want to buy us when we are dead, 250,000. And if 250,000 is applicable to the police, we are saying, why does it not cut across? When a correctional officer has been killed in the line of duty, there's nothing that's coming out. So we're saying, let us do that, cutting across, including the traffic official, because he's exposed to danger. Resolution 4 of 2017 on germs. We've got a view as a commission that let's expose CMS. CMS is the Council for Medical Aid Scheme. Board of Trustees of GEMS agreed, and they came to council to say, no, it's fine. We're going to change the rule as you requested, that your representation should be nominated from council and you go and represent. But there is a mindset that is created at CMS level, which is a regulator, that says you bring unions into the Board of Trustees, they are going to degenerate discussion and become a negotiation table. I don't know where does that myth come from and where can they prove it. Because here we're talking about the benefits, we are a stakeholder, we are recognized, the board which is given a responsibility to run the scheme doesn't have a problem, but you have an individual sitting somewhere as a regulator saying, no, that rule that the board of GMS said must be amended, it must be approved, they are refusing. So as an organization, I think as we start with our program of action, one in the basket should be the CMS, which is the Council for Medical Aid Scheme. They have refused GEMS that the recommendation made by. So let's challenge CMS. Then while leadership will take a political intervention with the minister to say, how can the regulator refuse us? If workers can be represented in the GPF, they can be represented in all other, why can't in GEMS? Then they said, no, 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 this rule is wrong. Because they are only the regulator. They must just regulate what the board is accountable for any decision that they are doing. But while we are waiting for a proper solution to this problem, the solution will come if we can just stand up and go to the street. CMS is just across in Centurion. It's not far away. We can't be visiting other people and leave CMS out of this, because it's an inhibiting factor for us to advance the interest of the workers. Agreement 1 of 2016, expeditious process. I heard other commission were talking about it. I don't know whether they were encroaching on this, but we said, in the meantime, because it's legislated, let's agree that bargaining sit down and develop guidelines which are inclusive of the alter partem rule. Because when this agreement was signed, it was clear to shorten the period, not to bypass the process. But the employer bypassed the process because are the one who must do submission to Parliament and make it to be a regulation. But for now, the first step is to say immediately before the end of this year, new guidelines should be developed and be tabled before the council, because the guidelines that the employer is using and were not consulted, were individual guidelines which says, come to the kangaroo court and also you're going to be dismissed. Now, we must also look at what was said by the president of COSATU yesterday in relation to the expedition of dismissal. That in an event we don't get it right of doing away with Regulation 19, at least the guideline should be the guiding document that allow alter partem rule, cross-examination, everything on the expeditious process. Now, we go to this agreement, which is Agreement 1 of 2020. Comrades, most of the agreements that are here, we have established that it's either the employer have renegade from implementing or deliberately have just decided not to implement across from PSCBC, GP, Triple SPC, private prison, everywhere. So we are saying the streets is the only solution, because people who don't want this agreement to be implemented are not provinces. It's the JoJo, which is head office, because they don't want to relinquish their post and go down to provinces. Provincial commissioners are frustrated. Implementers are national office. We had a view, President, an information that the national commissioner, as is going to come, he wants to bring back restructuring to council. That's what we heard, that the new national commissioner, he wants to revisit to say it's not going to be implemented. So, even before he can do that, he must find that on the street. As an organization, we have done so many programs of action against the employer. Went out of the boardroom, went out of our way. There was a campaign that we did as an organization that says, write the OB in Zulu and dockets. Why can't we go back there and do something that will have an impact? Because as a union, we don't have any accountability, only to our members. But now we do things as if we are accounting to management. If they feel a pain that we do things differently, then they will not be right. So let's embark on the program that we want full implementation. The national office must be reduced, as we agreed, from 6 deputies to 3, going down. All other members who are supposed to be placed, they must go to provinces. I don't know when I speak now, they sabotage me. It's SAPS here. So these agreements have not yet been implemented. The only people that were placed were the 3 deputies. The rest, the POC have said, and the decision was taken that you, Deputy National Commissioner, take this thing back to council. It's not implementable. So let us wait for that, President. So the program of action is the one that must unlock the non-implementation of the agreement that goes with the top-heavy structure, and then, as other commission have said, that the building up process and mobilization and sensitizing our members. There are a lot of resolutions that are here. Your Great Progression Resolution, your translation of public service, your taking them to Police Act and all those things we can combine them, then the action is up. That will also include Sibanye. Resolution 1 of 2021, which is the recent one, which we did not sign, of which I think it was the right way to do things. We say, yes, President of COSATU said we must not disengage. But the question that came from the Commission was that, what do you engage on the predetermined outcome? That is number 1. Number 2, the agreement itself says by the end of March, if there's no agreement reached, then the implementation will be there. So as an organization, other than wasting our time to go and sit and listen to the predetermined outcome of a grant before we even go on pension, why can't we go and do what we are known to be doing best? Because at the end of the day, this bargaining conference will say, let's go and engage in what, but the outcome is the same. But I'm leaving it for the plenary. As the Commission says, the street is the only option on this agreement. Then there was this agreement, OSD, hey. You touch people when you talk about OSD. But the second OSD, the second phase, which was seeks to address the service of members. Now, what we got from the Commission is that your employer, just to doula everybody, even you are 2 years, 3 years, they to doula you with the one 15 years and what, to the same notch, in the same level. But our intention when we signed OSD 1 and 2, the one was to deal with the notches, I mean the upgrading of members of correctional service. The second one was to differentiate, between the service. If I've got 10 years, I need to be put on a certain level. If other ones got 6 years or 15 years, we need not to be the same. But what is out there in correctional service and implementation is that is not the same. So we're saying let's review that agreement and make sure that people are placed on proper notice. And the other thing with correctional service, I'm not sure, when I start to count, you start to count, say 1, 2, 3. But correctional service is the other way around. When you are a junior, you are a 3. When you are a middle, you are a 2, CO1 and CO2. Then when you are a senior, you are a CO1. Maybe that is the problem. So the commission said, let's address all these ambiguities in terms of numbering. Because at the entry level, it's 1, you enter. Then you move to 2. Then you move to 3. But correctional service adopted an education style that you start by counting, you say 3 is 1, 2 is 2, then 1 is 3. That is abnormal. It makes you to not to be correct. It confuses you. And one member of the commission said, we're trying to confuse the NA, and it's us who are confused. So I think we have to address that and ensure that entry level, a constable remain a constable is 1, sergeant become a sergeant, warrant officer become a warrant officer, so that you go up SCO up to the end. Thank you, President. This is what the commission, but we agree with the review of the whole book, which has been written here. We cannot go piece by piece because we'll be rewriting the book. We said, let us just take this and show you the impact of non-implementation of deliberately or sometimes because the employer is undermining us. Thank you.
Thanks, Commission 2. Let me check whether there are no additions. There are no additions. Additions?
Yes.
No, additions from members of the commission, and then let's shoot straight to. Can I take it? The POPCRU. In other head, Malanga. Fresh Start. The POPCRU.
President, thank you for the opportunity. President, let's welcome the presentation by Commission 2. And of course, President, we agree in terms of some of the recommendations they are making. But our inputs, Press, is that there is a proposal by the Commission in terms of the PEP documents of DCS to be aligned with that of SAPS. While we agree with that proposal, our view is that perhaps the organization should develop such a document and prepare for it for submission at the DPC of DCS. Secondly, Press, our understanding is and has always been that full-time shop stewards are assessed for the work that they do during the time of their release. If they do recruitment, cases, visits and all that. That is the understanding. And the understanding, Press, is that the provincial secretaries are then responsible for that assessment. We agree with the Commission in terms of the proposals they are making under the data allowance so that it can cover all the employees who are exposed to danger. Press, we are also agree with the Commission in terms of the challenge to CMS. Commission, is it Council for Medical Schemes? Because for us, once the board has taken a decision, unless the decision of the board is unlawful, it must be implemented. We don't think CMS should play that oversight role to the extent that decisions of the board get overruled by CMS. But first, in terms of the expeditious process, I hear the Commission says it should be reviewed and all that. The understanding press was that we have taken this resolution in the conference of 28, that the resolution, in particular clause 9, is it regulation 9, it should be, because at that time we had already made an assessment and detected that there are challenges in terms of the implementation of that clause. Now, we don't think, press, that we should find ourselves in another bargaining conference and there is no progress on the matter and we don't receive progress on the matter. However, it will seem as it was reported in the book that there is no report to that effect in terms of what was done, how far are we in terms of the process. We will then say, we reaffirm the decision that we took in 2018 to ensure that the matter of ensuring that clause 9 or regulation 9 of that resolution is speedily amended. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Popo. Thank you, President. We as Popo also know and accept the work of the Commission. However, I must say this, that as much as we accept that the Commission talks to translation of Public Service Act members to SAPS, we think this is long overdue because we have an agreement since 2011 and there's no growth with regard to members of Public Service Act in the SAPS. There's a PSCBC Resolution 3 of 2009. This one I'm referring to it because there's a group of members in Public Service Act, employees of SAPS, particularly salary level 6. These members cannot receive pay progression, they have reached the salary of the notch, and they cannot be promoted. Because when they apply for promotion, you must remember that salary level 7 can apply for a captain's post, but salary level 6 cannot apply for a warrant officer post. They're actually told to apply for a sergeant's post, and we know that a sergeant's post is a progression post. They cannot apply for such a post, it's a progression post. So this is a gray area in the act, in the agreement. Other departments, salary level 6 still exists, but in SAPS, they've opted for it to be a top notch of salary level 5. So this leaves a lot of members frustrated. So if maybe as a commission we can resolve on this one. It's pathetic, President, that we still have members in SAPS who are still on salary level 2. I'm asking myself, under such difficult circumstances of our economy, how are these members coping? With regard to the expeditious process, I think there's a popular view that it must be surgically removed from our agreement because it has caused a lot of frustration to our members. Thank you, President. Kumanan.
Thank you very much, President. We wanted to talk on one issue, the issue of the expeditious process, because the presentation seems to suggest that there should be a review of the of the guidelines relating to business funds. Now, our issue is that do we have a problem with the application and implementation of that clause in the agreement? Or our view is that the entire expeditious process is a problem? Because if it's about the application and implementation of that clause, then it is within the mandate of the bargaining council to give direction on the application and implementation of that clause. So we can't be coming and debating about one and the same thing, whereas that thing is within our scope that we can deal with. But our view as Mpumalanga is that the whole thing regarding the expeditious process is a problem. Because you can't treat a very serious misconduct that may lead to the dismissal of a member. You treat it like a question of a domestic worker having stolen sugar from the cupboard of the boss. You can't do that. You can't do that because you find that members that are accused of very serious misconduct, they are subjected to an expeditious process. And you want to challenge this process in the normal scope of things, where you find that the same person represents the employer, the same person must take a decision about the future of the very same member. So, Chair, we feel really that the whole expeditious process is not taking us anywhere. And I remember that before it came, we had this thing of suspension without remuneration as a precautionary suspension. But we were able to go and review that particular what we call clause, and it was removed and replaced with this draconian expeditious process. So I think we need to diagnose it correctly between the two, application and implementation, or the entire process, so that then we take the appropriate action and deal with it once and for all. Thank you very much.
President. Covered. Any other further input? Complete.
Comrade Chair, if the expeditious process doesn't work for us, it must be scrapped. You know, let us be very clear in terms of that. If we look currently, we've invited the National Commissioner to come here, he snubbed us. What does he tell us? He thinks nothing of us is workers. He's the first National Commissioner that have done that to POPCRU. The first one. So we must take note of that. Mine is more on the action, Chairperson. You know, if they want to, you know, the one question that we need to ask ourselves here, where are we? Are we an association or are we a trade union? Do we want to be the darling of management or are we in the corner of workers, you know, fighting to make sure that the workers' rights we are defending? Because if we get this department's correctly functioning, it's also going to benefit our people out there. Because our people are the big sufferers now, you know. So what I'm suggesting, Chair, what I said in Commission 2 also, the fact that we are essential service, it's now time for us to say, is that going to restrict us from striking? I was brought to a crossroad in 1989. And in March 1990, when we did our first national strike. Are we standing for the rights that we believe in? Or do I want to protect my job? Or am I now going to go into a mode of being an activist and say no more under my name? You see, it's like what Comrade Stocky was saying, the Chair, you know, Government is like a wheelbarrow. If you don't pick it up and push it, it will stay where it is. Let's pick up the wheelbarrow and push it to where we want it. If we look currently, Chair, when POPCRU started, we were not recognized. In correctional services, you could join the union, but when we went on our first national strike, the next day they enacted to say, no more can you belong to a union as a correctional services official. We were dismissed. Correctional services members were suspended, because the act protected them. But they changed it immediately. Now the question is, do you want to nurture your job, or you want to leave a legacy? To say, POPCRU is not a pushover. If we are not going to push this government, they will take us down the drain. I thank you, Chair.
Mr. King.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, we want to comment on the issue of the expeditious process. We actually agree with the speakers that have indicated that we actually need a total review of that particular argument. But the question, Chair, is that what do we do now while we're waiting for that review? Because our members are being key, which is now that clause 9. This is what has happened, Chair, that this is what we have noticed, that we will sign a collective agreement, and then after signing that collective agreement, management will sit and do guidelines outside the boundaries of that collective agreement. And in implementation of the agreement, they will use the guidelines which are outside the collective agreement. I think that is one thing that we should look at, as to say whether those guidelines that are used in SAPS by management are legal. Secondly, another thing that we have to look at, we have tried, and we are finding difficulties in SPC, that when there is an unfair dismissal, you refer the matter as unfair dismissal, and as well as implementation and application of the collective agreement. But the difficulty that we are getting is that SPC will come back and say, choose one. You cannot choose two. And when you refer them separately, they will come back and say, but this is one person. And the whole process is confused on the basis that we want that clause 9 to be properly interpreted as Mpumalanga has indicated. And our view as Eastern Cape is that when we were waiting for the review of the collective agreement, let us go and engage the employer around the legality of those guidelines. That's one. Number two, we must find a way of referring this matter for interpretation and application, as well as unfair dismissal simultaneously. Because if you do one, for example, interpretation and application, then time is moving for the other one, which is 30 days. So our view is that while we want to review this agreement, let us look at what is happening now and have a way forward as to say how then do we care what is actually happening now. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. King. I guess all these additions are on the basis that comrades agree with the general framework of the work that has been presented here.
Yes.
And as such, we are in agreement. I do not pick up a clarity request, meaning we are in agreement.
Just one part. The resolution 1 of 2016 on the report is written as 2160. Can be corrected.
Yeah. And we then come up with the revolutionary slogan, as we call the secretary to come and deal with the reading of the declaration.
Comrades, we are about to read a declaration of this conference as we have tried to capture all your discussions and resolutions into one document. Maybe President, next time when you have a bargaining conference of this nature, you must not use separate rooms for commissions. Others must be in that corner, others in that corner, others in that corner, others here. Because they get angry and very much aggressive in the commissions. Yeah. And that anger evaporates as they come back to plenary. Yet if we're here, you get angry there, you go to the mic in plenary, we capture the mood of the commissions. Comrades, the declaration is as follows. We, the delegates of the Police and Prison Civil Rights Union, POPCRU, whose collective bargaining conference convened at the Birchwood Hotel and Conference Center in Boksburg, Gauteng, from the 25th to the 26th of May 2022, under the theme, Defending Our Gains and Advancing Our Struggles Against Attacks on Collective Bargaining. This august occasion brought together the leadership of POPCRU from all spheres, representing approximately 150,000 members organized within the South African Police Service, the Department of Correctional Services, Traffic, and other agencies of the Department of Transport. We appreciate the informative contributions from the COSATU, as represented by its first Deputy President, Comrade Mark Shingange, the Acting National Commissioner of the Department of Correctional Services, Mr. Mahoti Samuel Tobakane. RTMC, represented by Senior Executive Manager Kopano Maponyane. and POPCRU. We further acknowledge the presence of Safer South Africa Foundation, our business arm, Workers' Life, Allnet, Government Employees Pension Fund, Med Scheme, Essential Services Commission, and representatives from various collective bargaining councils. We met over the days to robustly deliberate on a series of attacks and a plethora of challenges collective bargaining. We further developed a map for defending our hard-earned gains through assessing the impact of signed agreements, which are mainly aimed at improving the working conditions and standards of our members. We have also assessed the impact of policies and legislation with the key objective of transforming the public service, in particular justice, crime prevention, and security cluster. This conference has noted that workers all across the world are facing similar challenges related to job losses, retrenchments, and abuses by employers, and further identified a need to develop strategies to ensure that these common challenges are met with resistance. We have also noted that the attacks on collective bargaining are now a global phenomenon, heightened by, amongst others, the introduction and implementation of austerity measures, as well as reneging from signed collective agreements by the employer. These developments are taking place at a period wherein there is increased uncertainty on the future of work, while the pandemics and disasters are adding to the woes of organizing and retaining workers by the trade union movement. We align this declaration to the vigorous deliberations ensued in the various commissions and finalized at plenary. We remain steadfast that these deliberations and proposed interventions are our greatest strengths as we move towards the future. We are also content about the remarkable progress thus far shaping our organizational posture towards transformation. We therefore resolve to strengthen POPCRU as a labor movement for transformation and a strategic axis within the security environment is principally about shaping the organization's resilience, its transformative capacity, and its ability to adapt to situations so that it can continue to serve and leadership. The organization must the change and lead the public service against the onslaught of collective bargaining. Correctional Services is a standalone department to ensure efficiency within the ministry. The Department of Correctional Services should enhance rehabilitation programs to ensure that inmates are adequately to add value in rural development and agricultural programs. We commit to have a comprehensive program of in solidarity with other workers in different sectors, including mobilization of membership in all structures and industrial unions. We also commit to engagements to have the Department of Correctional Services to SPC. POPCRU must defend its majoritarian status within the security cluster, defend and advance POPCRU in particular must defend its majoritarian status cluster, defend and advance the struggles amidst unprecedented law of cohesion within COSATU leadership and initiatives on the part of in some departments where we organize. Strategic endeavors must be engaged at the political level to encourage the agency to implement its decision on single policy under the command of one. Continue to be vigilant in influence policy and legislative review to advance the transformation process within the justice, crime prevention, and security cluster. On disciplinary regulations of 2016, Clause 9, which refers to the expeditious process, should be removed from the regulations as it has largely been utilized to unfairly charge and dismiss members. In the immediate, the organization the National Commissioner on the negative impact of implementation. We must ensure that there are proper monitoring tools to ensure that there is compliance with the legislation and policies. We must develop a policy position for the establishment of an enforcement agency within the collective bargaining councils to enforce implementation of signed agreements. Correctional services must address the long-standing challenge of staff shortages and overcrowding for improved productivity and subsequently better service delivery. We are determined as we move out of this conference to meet our members' needs by continuing to provide and deliver professional and high that will keep our membership committed to this vision.
Thanks, Nobala. Can we do the declaration? Take hands. Mr. Kelly, Mpumalanga, KZN, Limpopo, Gauteng. Mr. Kelly.
Thanks, President. President, is it okay to rise from as stated, President, we rise to move the declaration. Thanks, President.
Mr. Gay moves for the adoption of the declaration. Pumalanga.
President, as Pumalanga will move in the assistance of the declaration.
Your second in Pumalanga. Is it there? Limpopo. Gauteng. Kabai. I'll then call the Secretary GS with the announcements. POPCRU matata.
Chair, President Dada. A few announcements before the President closes the session. Once the President is done with his closing remarks, we will be breaking for lunch. Guest, same place, holding room where we were yesterday. And then the delegates, Pomolo Restaurant. Remember, we've got another conference that is starting. Then we request that the latest by 3 o'clock, we should all be seated here, same venue. But that session is a closed session. It's a policy conference. So we request that the secretaries, you should assist. For by 3 o'clock, all your delegates, actually by 5 to 3, are back to this venue so that we start with our next session. Like we are saying, is a closed session, that one. Thank you, President.
Thanks, teachers. The region, as the President with the religious organization, comes to close this bargaining conference.
Aqeqeshiwa makerela, aqeqeshiwa machone, aqeqeshiwa makerela.
Comrade President of the session. Our international guests, sister unions, comrades from different bargaining countries. I think you will bear with us, committee, and you are going to tender a very good that is a good use. And it did not blend right outside meters of provisions of Nations Act. I'm going to be the witness. Whoever says POPCRU want to fight beyond, but it is within the perimeters of the province. Comrade, a very congested I think we prepared ourselves for this, and we do not want to waste because there are many challenges that are facing this conflict. And those challenges are about entering into the next session, which is the conference. But on this session, comrades, I want to say, on behalf of the National Office of Grants, thank you, because whatever you brought on the table, on some issues that you have amended, it gives us a green light to build our program on what you have, what became a product of your engagement in the commissions. And such engagements came up with a product, and we valued the product that you brought. And that product assists in building a program that we talk about, because it can't be a product that go to the archives, but it must be a product that gains practicality and that must be implemented. And we know the ultimate end is that workers of POPCRU must go to the street. We must go to the street. We must go to the street on many things. We must not, we are an organization that operates on grievance. We are an organization that is pushing frontiers of poverty because we deal with multitude of issues that must be, we have to deal with. And we are very clear about the steps that we are going to take. Comrade, some of these comrades were not, I think they were at lower primary. Some of yourself, you were at lower primary school. And you're very young to understand when we say you are alone. And you are alone. You are on your own. POPCRU. We were once on our own. This is the picture that I want to paint. We were once on our own, comrade, and we were faced with the problems like the that are facing us today. We took it upon ourselves that let's go to the street. We marched to Parliament twice using different models of transport across the country. Different models of transport networks across the country. There were trains from Limpopo, there were trains from Northwest, there were trains from Joburg going to Parliament, and we marched. It was POPCRU marching. And at those marches, POPCRU gained a big victory affiliate of COSATU, which was the OSD of the police. The OSD of the police. Everybody take a tune out from that victory that we gained as an organization. We marched to Parliament, and on the same march, Comrade, as he was the president and the commander-in-chief of the armed forces at that time, Comrade Nagula to POPCRU, and he tabled proposals based on the memorandum that we have sent to him, and something called OSD was born. And the South African Police Service were the first to get the OSD. And when we arrived in the Federation CEC, we were called names. But in 2007, in 2006, everybody stood up and fought for the OSD. That is why at the end of the day, we have OSD in the Department of Health and across public service. But we started with an OSD in the SAPS. And at that time, we were acknowledging that we're on our own and we have to do something. And now, comrades, that challenge is facing us. We are on our own and we have to do something. It's good, collectivism is a good strategy. But that strategy of collectivism goes hand in hand with the will to do something. Yeah. You'll keep on talking collectivism, yet there is no political will of going forward. And you left alone, you have got and as a union, you must act as such, as a union. So, comrade, we have the basis to build our program. And the program by the NEC, we'll take it to the Secretariat Forum, go to the NEC, go back to shop steward councils, provincial shop steward councils, and that program will be implemented across the country. How it will take shape, we will be dictated by the program itself. How are we going to do it? And workers expect us to go all out to defend their constitutionally enshrined right to collective bargaining. It must not be like we have forgotten about responsibility. Yeah. That's the responsibility that is the cause of our existence. And Comrade Chair, on that note, we want to thank comrades, our guests. We want to thank the staff that put this everything, all the resources that we need, and thank the contribution made by our guests in realizing the output that right now. And we want to say, we are not what you call, because we are in this conference. It's a very important conference. It comes once after 4 years, and we will continuously work on the output. And thank you very much, comrades. The conference, after we have acknowledged the product that was delivered to us by the Secretariat. We say this bargaining conference is officially closed. Thank you very much.
We are like team comrades.
Viva POPCRU, viva! Viva Prestat, viva! Viva Prestat, viva! Manja, Wetu, Mata, Karuna, Manda, Ashu, Madiba, Yaina, Krach. Thanks, comrades. Thanks, comrades. Thanks, comrades. We're starting. Shall we rise and sing Gosigeleli as we are about to start with the policy conference.
See
policy conference. Right away, call upon the second DGS to come and deal with the issue of indigenous.
Yeah.
Comrades delegates, when we were adopting the credentials yesterday, it was for both conferences, which is your bargaining policy conferences. The reason that we did not combine the two is because the first conference, it has a declaration. Then we had to consider this one.
Let us then come into that.
Thank you, President. As Cape, we went to second. Thank you.
We are now going to call upon National Steward of POPCRU, the podium, to officially open this policy conference. Comrade President.
Kosatu, viva Kosatu, viva Manda, we do. ANC, viva, viva ANC, viva Manda, we do. ISSCP, President, Chairperson, leaders of POPCRU, Comrade President of Kosatu, Comrade Losi, one and others. And Comrade No that is here. Last year, Comrade us and the activities we have, and now we are starting policy conference to look at those that need to be as an organization. For 4 years, and COSATU is the leading organization. It's a beautiful lady. Can you stand up, comrade? Don't greet them, let them just see you. Thank you, Comrade President. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is our member, Comrade Posa, and of COSATU, of the biggest federation in the country. Yeah, and the General Secretary. They are both here. Thank you once more, comrades. Here. I think yesterday we have talked about different issues. But today we do not have time, Comrade President. What we want to highlight is that we want to highlight today is that our revolution is hanging on a cliff, and it needs to be done. And that scheme of things, this in favor of business against workers in some time. We say somewhere now Kosato fed on this matter. National Congress train. You look of factionalism by are informed by issues. Because before and now, make an we did not make any good in making sure yes, that we have raised a lot of time. We raise very issues. It's clear today. For us to have a policy on climate change, for us to have not read that policy as a has never been of intent that we wanted and we can't go with in so when by the opposition and our people receive, you know, losses. When you say government, it's not government ability to create jobs. That must create jobs. And we're campaigning with other comrades. We promise people jobs, and we said create jobs. That has inflicted an injury to the workers. That wow, we are and posture of government, public, large of the industrial. In the mining sector. And a threat that is hanging on the public sector that the intention of government is to say the concepts are what we call and business support of public service to us in the same sort. The board at 12,000 members to reinforce
already was that was not acceptable. A lot of people left this. Felt that they have to review the synopsis of what the issue of the decision of stand against it. The challenge that during the because the provision into the and those rights set us against each other. Remember, the former president and the old former president are still looked after by police officers, and police officers on the other side were supposed to go and arrest. So you understand the challenge that we have, and to those who can, must be human, and tension. And we're very lucky that he over to national services, and they are looking after. Is a prisoner. Those who are prisoners performing, it is to be away from him, into the when that man has to have immediately nobody came. Ministers, there were nowhere to be. Ministers, there were those departments. Challenge Comrade President. We were left in a lurch, and again, on July 21st, rest. They show, I think, weakness. The call people to come and in explanation, we were left out. That was deliberate. Things that have happened of will bring to Natal. 800 soldiers did not. And we're told that we felt that it was to highlight it. We budget is cut. The police and we wanted to explain going to the commission, talking about to perform, relegated down. But when you look at the capacity, and I know that for them to perform the getting the budget resources have been tabled. There invest and succeed in whatever. About rolling and the problem is not you bring legislative law to be starting from until law. It must be problem. One of the and to implement in level of correctional service everywhere difficult. What you call recently were called where members are look at him in the you look at him ways you don't ask the president. And when you was detained in the plane, it was a big thing. And Comrade President, when we go down there to make our own observation, we found that this is a female. The looks, everything is a female. And there was no way that we could go further and interrogate this person about his or her sexuality. That is the challenge, comrade. The it is there, but we can't, matching resources. We need, comrade, to deal with that. And we also dealt with a rumor, Comrade President, that POPCRU has gone out of COSATU, or it has intention of going out of COSATU. Comrade President, there is nothing like that. This affiliate will never leave COSATU. We will criticize COSATU if we have to criticize COSATU. and everybody. That is not like the judiciary. If we identify weaknesses in COSATU, we will say it and unequivocally so, but this affiliate will never leave COSATU. The only thing, Comrade President, that was that we are not going to be part of the JMC after what happened in the negotiations. When we find one of ourselves who was chairing the JMC in leadership of independent affiliate signing with the after the salary negotiation. And lastly, comrade, is that we witnessed it being chased away myself in Royal Bafokeng. The president has been there. An indication leaders of unions are very far. The president is not like that. The mistake is mistaken. At two financially, we have never, as a public sector, unions got increment, let alone that president us of our based on the agreement that these three have been caught. Not happy about that. And the court is not our employer, and Parliament of South Africa are our employer. But again, comrade, we feel that those be corrected, and we feel that well, must do something about that. This Comrade President have raised, and there are many that we have raised, things that we do not have time, and we must finish by the day. Thank you, comrade. The policy conference is open. This thing. Second TGS to deal with the proposal conference, and she has sent this new revolutionary slogan.
Sabe
Comrades, why our policies have an organizational growth of convening this policy conference and assessment of where we are internally, strength in accordance to the latest developments and dynamics within the organization and the department where we organize. The conference is convened a year preceding the National Congress so that processes of policy amendment can be consolidated and concluded accordingly for presentation and endorsement by the ensuing National Congress. In practical terms, the task of this conference is to enable all structures of the organization to review the current policies as adopted by the 9th National Congress and align them in line with the current organizational. We are very with the draft documents we are presenting to this conference, including the supreme law of our organization, draft policy amendments and newly proposed policies are thus as follows. Existing policies: gender, international relations, award, media and communications, policy conference, collective bargaining conference, full-time substitute, legal representation, education, training and development, treasury, risk management, car, conditions of service, remuneration, code of conduct, election and strike fund. These are the policies that are existing in our organization currently. The new policy, it's POPI policy, disaster management. A setting of this nature enables the organization to be stable and self-sufficient in taking what its core objective that informs its existence. This conference should then serve as a platform of vigorous engagement, a firm view of developing policies that tackle strategic issues currently facing the organization. Discussion during the commissions and plenary session, we should all strive to achieve the whole objective of strengthening of both the membership
we call upon the CEO of Save Our Southern Foundation, our own General Pierre.
Mushumi. Mushumi is a plural, but there's another Bashumi, which talks to women. Yes. There's a way in which women greet each other. Yes. And it is, no man can greet you like that. It is woman to Freddy and Venda, and I think in Kiani also, we do have that way of greeting. Women acknowledge themselves as a hard-working species. And that is why Bashumi, and it's plural. You know, when we respect you, we use plurals. So, women, we say Bashumi, and you must hear as they go to fetch water and go all over, recognizing each other, you know, yelling at each other, say Bashumi. And when they respond, they are firm and they agree. They say, Kibona, yes, it is the hardworking women. Allow me, President, that I greet the women today. Bashumi! Bashumi! And I don't want to be jealous, and then we have a way, a special way of greeting men, very barren. Thank you. President, together with the leadership sitting up here and the leadership that is filling this house, the leadership of COSATU present here, the leadership of the various associations and organizations and formations from all over the SADC, all over our continent, allow me to say good afternoon to all of you. I'd like to take this opportunity, Mr. President, to really thank you for giving us the opportunity to come back and account to this august house about the child that was born from this big, big family at your 7th National Congress in 2011, when you decided that you shall establish a foundation called Safer South Africa Foundation. As the mothers or the caretakers of this child were here to give an account of how this child is doing. May I start off by saying, oh, she's healthy. She is growing very well. She is taking the weather, the challenges exquisitely well. And also because there are parents that are caring. President, thank you very much for being that caring parent and being the eagle that opens its wings to make sure that those that are caring for the child have the opportunity to do the job that has been assigned to them. Comrades, the picture you see here is a picture of learners who had visited a correctional service, and they asked to take a picture around our Utata. And I put there a quotation that says, individually, we're a drop, but together, we're an ocean. Inadvertently, when you established this foundation, you never knew that you were starting a movement. A movement with a very, very strong magnet that is attracting many others to it and assisting us to carry out the mandates, the objectives, the purpose of this organization. Safer South Africa Foundation is a platform, and as I testify, you will see what I mean to say this platform is growing by leaps and bounds and is attracting many, many people around it. Let me start off, comrades, by thanking POPCRU.
because of the responsible and worthwhile cause that you decided to start. We thank you as the founder for the sustained support to the foundation. We thank the board that you had appointed for the encouragement and guidance that they give us as the people who are in operations. We thank the partners. Hundreds of them are here. President, it doesn't matter where we go. I don't know what Ngoma you are having as POPCRU, because whether we are in Timbuktu, whether we are in KZN, well, the outcome is the same. The partners are energetic and the partners are there to be with us. And dare I say, remember these partners that we are having that I'll be talking about are giving us their services pro bono. We don't pay a cent for it. They use their petrol, they use their time, they use their resources. These children that I was showing you, SAPS had actually used their bus to take them to correctional service. So we are truly, truly privileged. I don't know what Ngoma you're using, President, but equal us somewhere else because we don't sweat when we talk to them. Just a bit of evolution. You would recall that in 2011, you established, at the 7th National Congress, you took this decision. There was a roundtable in 2012, which brought all the key stakeholders in the security cluster around the table to talk about what is it that can be done to bring to life this decision that has been taken. That led to the establishment of the foundation and its registration, and a key fundamental program was developed, the Communities and Justice Program, and I'll talk a little bit about it. And it's proving to be a worthwhile weapon in terms of pushing what Safer South Africa Foundation is about. I joined the foundation, that's why you're starting to see blue there. I joined the foundation in 2018, and the foundation was ripe really to roll out. And what we did was to roll out the program to provinces. We started with 7 provinces after discussing with the leadership, and we then moved on to last year, just post-COVID, we moved on to the 8th province. I want to apologize profusely because of COVID processes as well as delayed funding, resource mobilization. We haven't been able, President, together with the August House, to reach out to Northern Cape. It is our commitment and our focus that we also roll out to Northern Cape. We rolled out to Mpumalanga last year. They are in the 2nd year through the help of the founder and support. So we're busy talking to other people, and I'm sure, President, that if we fail badly by the beginning of next year, we will be in Northern Cape. If we fail nice, it might even be this year. So we've also gone on to add other programs, which I'll talk about later, and to start building a much thicker texture of what the offerings of Safer South Africa Foundation is. We are about growth, and you will see how we are navigating the growth space. We would like this foundation to grow and be, hey, umama, pele. That's what we will do. We're registered as an NPC. We are compliant, fully compliant. We're registered as an NPO, also with the Department of Social Development. NPC is with the CPC, the Companies Act. I've highlighted the public benefit organization because it's working for us wonders. It's the strongest currency that we have, because when the partners come, we're able to give them an 18A certificate, then tax. What were you trying to address? We know that crime is rampant. And we know that the way our architecture as a country, we are consolidated around being reactive. We wait for somebody to cross the line, and then all of us get activated, the police, NPA, courts, correctional service, and then that's when we start processing this child. The issue is these children are not born criminals. Somewhere in their socialization, they are inducted into criminality. And the big question is, where are straight-thinking adults, patriots of this country, to play in that space to fight? If a criminal can induct them, why can't me and you induct them into, so that we place before them better options to make better choices? So, the problem in community crime is not punishment of the criminals. Our greatest problem is preventing our young from being recruited into crime. And we can only do that by being active, by creating awareness, by educating, by inviting them to be activists and ensuring that we stem the criminality at that point, not when it has obviated. I just thought, can I use your water? Thank you. I right? I drew some statistics from SARS. Just one quarter. This is just one quarter, quarter 2 of 2021. 0 to 17 years. Murders. 0 to 17 years. Understand, I'm not talking about 287, one quarter among them. Attempted murder, 283. Assault GBH, 1,670. Rape, not in the community, in educational institutions, 49. Our high schools, our colleges, or whatever, it tells a story. If we were to extrapolate and say, you know, we compound it and make it a year, you would see that these numbers does certain things that we all need to be concerned about, and to start saying, how do we save the future, which is our children? I also looked at the Judicial Inspectorate Correctional Service report for May 31, 2021. 55 children waiting trial, 42 children were sentenced, 103 sentenced. Those numbers are very concerning, because it just tells us that we are producing our future and placing it in jail. They have the opportunity to be you. Who are you going to give the baton to if we interview? The response that POPCRU, this organization, mighty organization, on, is that we should be out there, prevent, ensure that there is prevention among our young, ensure that we create awareness about issues of crime, ensure that we protect and make sure that there's safety and security, and that they can still have an opportunity of becoming. Ensure that we involve them and they become activists and they become of crime prevention. Successful diversion programs prevent. Normally, we talk diversion, we talk about those who have been in jail, have been rehabilitated and come back, but proper diversion talks to prevention. We must actually make sure we prevent the children not to even to be in jail. It's a second option. The Communities and Justice Program, which is the CJP, is a prevention program, early intervention in the lives of youth. It is who are deemed to be at risk. It is meant to assist them in developing non-criminogenic attitudes, and that's the work that we are doing. A Safer South Africa Foundation, a foundation that you gave birth to, we have an aspiration of a South Africa that is a safe place to live in, to learn, to work, to play and rest. But it's not going to arrive That is why the mission of this foundation that you have established is to help build a safe, confident, and empowered communities. This process of building a safe and secure South Africa, the process yaletima, ya stokvel, ya samewerking. No one, the parents, the security cluster, the banks, all the people that I'm going to talk about must come together. And we need a motivated and active community, socially active community that participates in these programs. We need supportive and enabling involved government. President, who are always asked, how do we get it right to bring all these security cluster stakeholders together? Without doing anything, they are always there and they are working together very, very well. A committed, responsible business, you will see, President, that was starting to have more business partners that are also coming on board, realizing that this movement and this platform that POPCRU has created has something to offer to society. And as an organization, the last quadrant, as an NGO, we have to be ethical, accountable, well-governed, so that we can be attractive, so that we can give you a good brand, President, so that we can give you what we call a social ROI, a very strong return on social return on the investment that you, as a founder, has made in the organization. So we worked very hard to ensure that the brand of this organization remains strong, remains ethical, well-governed, and well-managed. The pillars that we are pushing in the foundation, the first one I've already mentioned, the Communities and Justice Program, and I'll talk a little bit about it shortly. That is birth to another program that is now in its third year, Youth for Safer South Africa Debate and Leadership Development. And then we have our campaigns, we have the silent work that we do with the disabled and the deaf community, who have also complained about issues of safety and saying, they are also yearning to be a part of this movement. We have introduced a brand new element, which we call caring for, period poverty must end for our young girls to be at school, to be able to learn and feel safe. So that's another program that has just come forward. And then the research, advocacy, community dialogues, it's work in progress. The framework has been there. All that is remaining is for us to unlock the funding, and then we get onto that program. The Youth for Safer South Africa Foundation, it's geared towards creating understanding around the criminal justice system, promote collaboration of the security cluster, and bringing all these programs that are sitting in the police, corrections, NPA, IEC, bringing them together to say, here, we've created a platform. Bring the program to them, bring the education to the learners, improving relationships with the security cluster so that communities can start operating and working with the security cluster. Activism, human rights awareness and constitutional education, financial literacy, leadership skills, relevant life skills, ability to make positive choices, and safe learning environments in schools. So the CJP is focusing on that, and it is a product of collaboration. In offering these 11 lessons to the learners, we follow the security value chain. We start with the education, very helpful. They give us the platform to identify the learners. They give us space to talk to the SGP. They help us to get information from the parents. And in each school, coordinator comes. There are 2 coordinators or 1 coordinator from the school that is selected to work with the coordinator to make sure that the does run. And then we have the policing starting, followed by that whole value chain. Right at the end, we have the other life skills. That's where the bank is coming in. That's where people like the IEC are coming in. That's where gender-based violence programs are coming in. And then in this program, it's two parts. What we would call academic lessons offered by the security officers, as well as experiential learning. Experiential learning. Police have two sessions. One is where they demonstrate arrest and all those issues. We have a whole syllabus that we've agreed upon. And then the other experiential learning, they spend a day, a separate day beyond the academic in court, where they observe how a court functions. Do they want to be there? If the court is not a live court, they do a full mock court for the whole day, with them playing role playing in the court. Then on a separate day, we transport them to a correctional facility where they spend a day at the correctional facility, also observing how institutions work. Just, I want to thank most of you here who are tutors all the time. We don't teach president. We have professors coming from the police, corrections, and everywhere. And I must say, without fail, doesn't matter where we are, these officers are there to come. The human rights. It brings all the school. It can be Itala. It can come and they offer this program. Come and they even bring little gifts, which is for the learners, different from the various banks. So we are really getting benefit here. As a visit that I was visiting how a court functions, okay, there. The next visit to a correctional facility, spend a day at a correctional facility, being educated, being empowered, and becoming, what at that program. We don't test them. We ask them to do essays, laptops, beautifully on their phones. They underline the lyrics and bullets and whatever. If you read, we had time, I would even read some of them. If you read the quality of feedback that we get, you realize they have really done a lot. And it's a serious attitude, changer, knowledge harvesting program. So, compiling these essays, the tutors will agree who will mark the essays, because now we're prepared award ceremony. So it's about leadership, it's about seeing what they have learned, it's about to express them and start being the champion, trying them who are wanting them to be. And then we have an award. We make so that they know that they have achieved. They get certificates, they get the Safer South Africa T-shirt, and we try and cook and do, prepare nicely. The parents come, the stakeholders come, the principals, the teachers. It becomes a very, very serious opportunity for them to realize that they've achieved and they've done something valuable. I don't know if it's just that I don't have sound here, or if we play a graduation song for them, and all those just to make them feel that they've done something. Okay. So when we are done with that program, there's a new tweet program emerges. At that award ceremony, the high performance essays are then awarded. Each school shall release 5 leaders who will move the program, which we call Safer South Africa. This is a 7 session that they over the weekends, come every Saturday, and they love it. They come without fail. There's a training firm that is engaged. It teaches them speechcraft, how to deliver an impromptu speech, a speech, how to talk in a panel, how to introduce yourself, how to greet other speakers. So these learners get that 7 week, and all the schools in the province will come together for a training session. At the end of the training session, President, they then pitch, because they have to elect 5 from that province to represent the other provinces. And then we have a national debate, and all this is about development, self-confidence, thought leadership, public speaking, speechcraft, logical thinking, deepening the conversation, and all the terms we use here are around crime, safety, crime prevention, all those. It becomes a dialogue of what we have learned. We had thought with a sponsor that was promising 2 years ago that we would bring them up here, but COVID happened, and we thank you. If you can see at the corner there, President, we offered the teaching virtually. Thanks to the Department of Education, because they offer us their training centers which have Wi-Fi, screens, whiteboards and everything. We transport the learners there, and then every morning on Saturday we are all in Zoom. You can see on the right-hand side, that's a class in Eastern watching the Zoom on the screen. Once we finish the first hour and they see the TED Talks, they see the videos, they get the... We have money which each one of them will be having to know which lesson we are doing. We then go into breakaway rooms. That's what you are seeing them doing there. They are now practicing, and each must have a podium like this, because we really want them to be, you know, this leaders. So that's what we do. And then at the end, as we said, the top 5 will represent the province. What you're seeing there was the 2021 debate. On the left-hand side was the bronze team that won from Eastern Cape. On the right-hand side, you can see that was the silver. That was the Chronicle publishing the story of Glen Vista, which was beaten by a school in Mpumalanga, Likasi High School. They just came from nowhere. They beat this model school, you know, that for me told me that there's potential in this country. If we give this, see that, you know, those in the Western Cape, from women, and they invited them to come and on air because they had listened to them. So a lot is happening there, President, in terms of that. So the program is very successful. We are in 8 provinces. That's our footprint. Annually, if there is no COVID whatever, we have the capacity to reach 3,000 children. And each province must do a minimum of 6 to 8 schools, nothing less than 50 at a school, at least 100. And then the learners that we pick up participate in the program, anything between the 50. So quite some impact we're making. The silent walk, as part of promotion initiatives, the NEMA Foundation, of the Deaf, approached us to say, we don't even report when we are raped because nobody understands what we're suffering, a lot of abuse, all that. How can you work with us, create amongst our youth around issues of safety and models? So here we are partnering with the Department of Sports and Arts in Joburg City, with NEMA Foundation and ourselves, and in November, silent walk each year, and it now has expanded to the other provinces. It brings together over 1,000 people just working for safety and working for understanding the plight of the deaf in terms of safety and security. Those are our partners. You can see our board is really getting nicely filled, and we hope that through more partners coming on board, we would be able to achieve more. I spoke about caring girls. We have a new partner in Bumba Foundation who have committed that in each school that we go, our aftercare program is with us. We will not only give pads to the learners that participate in the program, we will give pads for a full year for each young learner. School. We've already started to do that. The ones that we're seeing here was in Mpumalanga, and then that was in 778 girls in a school in Kolo in Western Cape. This was Mami Rivanaka. We did 900 girls, and all of them get pads for a year. So, and in Bumba, if you, I don't know if you know this Kilimanjaro Nelson Mandela Walk, so it's working also very closely with the Nelson Mandela Foundation. So we are beneficiaries. Those are some of the people we said we have the platform. If you want to reach out to the children, we are there. So that's what we will be doing with all the schools where we offer our services, President. Another partner that we have there is Pick and Pay. Please come on board. What we see there, the learners that participate in the debate receive those as well.